Yeah.
Should be working. Okay. So, picking up where you left off, bailing out international banks.
Yeah, let's see if anyone returns from the technical difficulties. I don't think the last stream will be turned into a video, so we might as well just start from the beginning.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, if anyone shows up. Maybe the same people will show up.
Yeah, no doubt. Just share the stream. Just share the stream video for, you know. So,
wonder if anyone is here.
2 people. There are 2 people there.
But that might be just me and you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You always put some tags in.
Perennial Koenig. All right.
Okay. It'll be here soon. Share it around Perennial. Okay. Are you there? Hello? What's wrong with a little inflation? Monsieur, come back.
Hello. Did you break the call again?
No, I think the call is going just fine. Anyway, what's wrong with a little inflation? You know, like what's wrong? Like, what's the meaning of currency anyway, man? People are going to rethink things and go to a human-centered economy.
I didn't say inflation. Where did I say inflation?
Or devaluation of currency.
So,
isn't that the logical endpoint of hyperinflation?
No, who said hyperinflation? The issue here is not hyperinflation, all right? So, you start off with the gold standard. Money is gold. Paper is a claim to gold. So, under that system, sometimes people lose faith in their paper and think that it can't be converted to gold and therefore has become worthless. So they make a run on the bank to get their gold back. The bank doesn't have all of that gold because they've, lent out money over and over. Bank collapses. Eventually, you have there's not enough gold. There's not enough gold for all the money. There's not enough gold for all the economy. The rate at which we can produce new gold the amount of physical gold in the world does not match up with the amount of economic activity which is happening, which would drive severe deflation, which means that you could get richer just by being a dragon sleeping on a hoard of golden coins. So they decouple from gold. They abolish the gold standard, right? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So they decouple from gold. They abolish the gold standard, and they go to a system of free floating currencies. But it turns out people still want some sort of guarantee of value. That guarantee of value is the dollar. So the one world currency of the New World Order, the American Empire, is dollars. All right, and dollars are trusted throughout the world, and they are backed up by lots of guns and lots of oil and other nice things. So, what about other currencies? How do they back themselves up? Well, nothing really. But
They don't measure against the dollar.
And that's where I'm going to do. In times of trouble, people want dollars. So they want to take these pieces of paper and redeem them for dollars. So dollars become our new quasi-gold. Well, other countries do not have these dollars. So their banks enter in a problem where they can't redeem for all the dollars people want. And so what happens now is that this transforms the Federal Reserve to not just the lender of last resort for the US with its magic money printer. Now the magic money printer has to go burr for every country in the world. Every time there's a bank run in the world, Fed has to money print to go burr when there's a big crisis like this. And so in 2008, people talk about the subprime crisis, which is true, a true crisis. But where did that magical helicopter money go? Over half of the helicopter money went to European banks in Europe. And today, why do we not see more inflation? Why do we see not only not a weakening dollar, but a strengthening dollar? It's because there's not enough dollars. Because money printer go burr is actually creating the dollars that have been promised. We have now a shortage, which could coalesce into a bank run, where banks have promised, I don't know, like, $10 trillion of dollars, or possibly more. Nobody knows how many dollars really banks have promised, because banks keep lending out these promises to redeem for dollars. There's all these dollars. There's not actually that many physical dollars. There's a shortage of real dollars. And so money printer go burr is trying to bridge the gap between how many dollars there are claimed and how many dollars there actually are. The Fed is trying to inject enough dollars to make sure that every bank remains solvent. And this is especially dire in the third world, because these third world countries do not necessarily have the reserves they need. And that could be a problem. So yeah, the money printer is going, but the dollar is getting stronger, not weaker.
Interesting. So if you were a Forex options trader, what would you do?
I would not be a Forex trader right now. That's what I would do. I would sit at home jerking myself off.
Sounds like a plan. How lockdown? Everything has been locked down where I am, and in all the major cities, this is happening as well.
But you need Forex traders for all the foreign trade, for our massive just-in-time globalized system. So if Forex traders get scared and the value of different currencies changes rapidly, like how much they're worth compared to each other, that's a really bad situation for a global economy with global supply chains. So, there may be that's the economic disruption, and the shutdown only is a part of it. That being said, does not look like it's going to be the end of the world, but it may be the end of the new world order. It may be that people decide that, hey, one world currency, kind of a terrible idea. One world economy, also bad. Everything's so dependent on everything else that you get an uncommon cold in China, and it is a serious disease, but you get the uncommon cold in China, and it blows up half the world. Not because it's going to be the worst disease ever. Like, worst case scenario, you've got millions dead. I mean, humans have been through worse, but humans are so dependent on each other in other countries now that something like this just knocks the house of cards down. You see wide ranging effects. And so people decide maybe we need to do it the old way. Maybe we need separate nation states. Maybe we need to take care of our own families first. Maybe we don't need to spread out our supply chains so they go from Timbuktu to Taipei.
Yeah, vertically integrate just like a company. Judas Fly, welcome. I heard a song that you played recently. You sent it to me, and I was listening to it earlier tonight. Thank you for the link. I appreciate it. But yeah, so I just wanted to say thanks for that. Yeah, I mean, why do you think that we have such spread out supply chains in terms of manufacturing, Monsieur? Like,
Well, suppose that
wouldn't it make sense to vertically integrate like a company?
suppose that labor is 30% of your cost, which I think is, well, let's say you run a company, you spend 30% on labor. The real wages in China are half the price, so you get to save half on this 30%. You just saved a decent amount of money. That's it. You make a quick buck. And because you're making a quick buck, you can undercut someone by a marginal amount, a modest amount, really, because you also have to take into mind the cost of transporting and complying and whatever. So really, it's not even that 50% of 30%, but a number even less than that. But you can still means that you can undercut someone by like $1 on your $10 piece of crap. Turns out that was all it took for business leaders to sell out America. And that is all it takes for Americans to decide to switch products.
I mean, of course, if the end goal is profit, then yeah, you want to cut costs as much as possible, right? I mean, Kimmy. Anyway.
Yeah, there are consequences to that. It's a very short-term kind of thought.
Yeah.
Short-term kind of thought also applies to the women you like.
Indeed, a short-term kind of thought. Beautiful, beautiful. Truly,
That is the truth.
truly incisive. Truly incisive. Short-term kind of thought. Wow. Truly a wordsmith. Anyway, let me think. I don't know. What's the vibe from what you guys have seen, just like anecdotally in your own personal lives? How are things post lockdown?
How would I know? I don't go outside.
Fair enough. And you, Judas? Oh, I guess you're not picking up. Hello. 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 Monsieur. 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 Hello. Is anyone there? Oh, come on. Monsieur. Monsieur. Monsieur, are you having technical issues? I think Monsieur might be having technical issues. Oh, well, anyway, where I am, things are absolutely desolate. It's a ghost town. Judas? Monsieur? Are either of you there?
I'm here. Hello.
Oh, what's up? Sorry, you dropped out for a sec. Was that intentional or was that just tech issues?
I'm just switching to my computer.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Ming Emperor, man, when you say mysterious people, I was not born in Taiwan. I have not even been to Taiwan. So, are they arresting you if you go out?
There are fines I've seen being issued by a lot of major cities.
No, they aren't.
The city that I'm in, as well as some other major East Coast cities I've seen, are talking about issuing fines of up to $5,000 if you're outside for doing something other than exercising or going to get groceries or other supplies.
Yeah. You can't get blood from a stone. A lot of the people I suspect will want to violate quarantine cannot be deterred by a fine because they have no money.
I see. True. How do people pay fines if they don't have money?
They don't.
So what happens then? How do they contest it?
They don't.
I see. Interesting.
A fine is just a slap on the wrist. You know, a fine is a kind of punishment, okay? That it does not affect the rich because you can just pay a fine. All right? You can pay a fine and it's like nothing ever happened. It does not affect the poor because the
Good
poor do not
morning.
have Hello. Who is here?
Anybody here?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was saying, so a fine doesn't affect the rich because they'll just pay it and they'll be
What
on
is
their
this?
merry way.
I'm like being cold and
I can hear you. Hello. Can you hear me?
nobody's responding.
Hello. Hello. Test. Test.
Dear chat, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Someone's
Can
talking.
Can he hear us?
Yes, we can
I
all
can
hear
hear
each
you.
other.
Are you sure?
Yes. Sound off.
Okay. Hello.
Oh, well, he's gone now, but he should be back in a second.
So
Anyway,
yes, yeah, so the rich will just pay it. The poor do not have any money and they're not really trackable because they just dick around all the time. So it really falls upon the working poor or the working class and the middle class who do not have enough money to just brush off a fine. But they can still be taken for something, some of their stuff. So, you know, that's why fines are kind of a
Exactly.
shitty punishment.
Yeah, no, I certainly agree with you there. I think you hit the nail on the head with that. Controlled. Can you hear everyone?
Yeah, I can hear everybody now.
Yeah.
Hello.
Are you
Welcome.
talking about Corona-chan or something?
Yes. I was also talking about the one world currency and how Jerome Powell has to print fucking money to save banks which are insolvent in other countries.
Ooh, yeah, I haven't really followed up on that one.
Oh. Well,
A world currency? Like, I don't know.
it's the dollar.
Oh, yeah. But
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, it's gonna fuck everybody over. It's gonna fuck you over probably more than other countries.
it is
Yeah.
fucking everyone over. It is at this very moment fucking everyone over because now the Federal Reserve has to print money to cover bank runs in other countries. In fact, this almost happened late last year when Deutsche Bank was having a bank run of $1 billion a day. And where does the money come from? It does not come from the German central bank because they can't print dollars. It has to come from the Fed. So the Fed had to bail out Deutsche Bank so that their bank run stopped. But now this is happening in like a big way, not just like $1 billion a day. Whatever, fuck it, cover it. This is like a bank run everywhere because of this fucking virus, and there's a fucking bank run everywhere because our supply chains are so complex that a lockdown city in China sends everything into chaos.
Oh yeah, but it's now really hitting the United States, right? There are already about 120 infections at the moment.
Yeah, so the U.S. has over 100,000, closing in on 200,000 infections. Half of that is because of
New York, specifically because of Mayor de Blasio.
Yeah, well, I would say like urban areas, people who travel. I don't know. It
Well,
was there. I mean, it was coming anyway.
yeah.
Hmm.
I
So
don't.
there
Yeah,
are outbreak.
New York is poorly built for something like this just from the get go. How do you think De Blasio mishandled it, though? I'm curious. Before you
Terribly.
continue
It's
on here,
awful.
no, in what manner? Like, what steps do you think that, like, where specifically did he drop the ball?
Every single possible way it was possible to drop the ball, he has dropped the ball. Okay, so I mean, outbreak clusters have started in other major U.S. cities. So you've got an outbreak cluster in Detroit, you've got one in San Francisco, you've got one in Seattle. You're going to get one in New York. I mean, that's to be expected. The difference is the outbreak clusters everywhere else are much smaller, and less people are dying, and you can sort of ramp up hospital capacity, and equipment capacity has been ramped up since February. The calls were made in February to double mass production, double ventilator production, get all this stuff online so that not many people die. So maybe with any luck, we'll probably see a death rate between South Korea and the rest of the European response. The Europe, that's it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. There are plans being executed to varying degrees of efficiency. What De Blasio has done is completely ignore everything. You know, all this like information circulating around in his little government ball, which other people in government and other institutions have used to sort of make some sort of strategy or plan or contingencies. So they're in. It's February and they're talking and bullshitting around. Senators are like, maybe we should sell our stocks, or maybe we should do this, maybe we should do that. Uh, Mayor De Blasio sucking his own dick. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't say anything to anyone. In fact, he says to his people that this is just a flu, bro. Then it's March. At this point, it's go time. It's time to see, if your ideas were dumb or not dumb. Mayor de Blasio, at this point, is still sucking his own dick. In March, he was telling his people that it's just a flu, bro. Not only that, people should go out and party and hug each other and do all this stuff to show how much New York is like a loving place. That's not even good advice for a regular flu season. Even if you believe that it's just a flu and not say a mutant far more deadly cold, that still wouldn't be good advice because you would infect a whole lot of people and make people not be able to go to work. But I don't know. He's crazy. It's about his ego. It's about not being racist. I mean, fuck it. If people die, I mean, who cares? He wasn't racist. That's a win. If his city falls apart, he won. He wasn't racist. So half of our infections are in that place because of that. I mean, another country that had it really bad, Italy. At the start of this, Italy had a media campaign called Hug a Chinese. No.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Well, de Blasio has done that in America, and it's got predictable results. I mean, this is not the end of the world. Some people are saying that this is the end of the world. It's going to be an economic disruption. But this is it was a very de Blasio is an idiot and an asshole, and I think that Mayor Cuomo's popularity comes not because he's an especially effective governor, but because he's finally managed to fucking take de Blasio and shove him in a box, and now he rules over the whole state for real. And the NYC government has been cucked into obedience.
Yeah, but I think the entire Western response has been sort of irresponsible. The idea that it's just a flu, bro. Like, remember when it landed in Italy, there was enough time to build up IC capacity or intensive care capacity. There was actually enough time to actually shut it down. We could have closed the border much earlier than we actually did. And there was no sense of social distancing or doing anything to prevent this from going on. I think everybody underestimated it. Also because we just didn't know what's really going on in China. We saw all these like sort of efficient medical units propping up, and we didn't see anything. Anything that would be any cause for huge alarm, let's say. So, yeah, even Boris Johnson and even Claire Carr, doesn't take it seriously at this moment.
Yeah. Well,
I do take it seriously. I know people die. I know people are upset. I'm just saying we should just take it on the chin and, get on with the dying and the living of life and not destroy our economies as well as, put up with, all the crap that goes with it. I mean, the only problem is the disposal of the corpses, as I was saying to Carnops yesterday. That's the only problem, but, we just need to spring fear out, don't we?
If the economy is destroyed, it won't be because service industries missed a month or two of income. Okay, they have reserves, they have lines of credit for this precise kind of eventuality. So if the economy blows up because of that, I mean, it's not going to happen. It might blow up because of a fucking global bank run. So it's very important that Jerome Powell make the money printer go 24/7. But at the same time, making the money printer go 24/7 is a really bad thing to have to do. And it just highlights the extreme fragility of these interlocked systems.
Well, I'm just saying that those of us who have to go, will have to go. I mean, it won't get us all, so there's no point, pulling out the stops to stop. A lot of us are just, are neats, are bed blockers, are people who have no prospect of being productive citizens.
Well, now we're needs.
Yeah, and what we're saying is that things should go back to normal as much as possible, and life should go on. I mean, even under the religious explanation, life should go on, and it's actually probably offensive to God if He exists that we're hiding under our beds and behind our sofas. It's like, well, if you do believe in God, then you'll say, well, some of us have to go, and we'll go.
Are you gonna sacrifice Granny on Pascal's wake?
I'm not I'm saying everybody has to go. That has to go, and I can't say, oh, I'm just saying that for people I don't know, but for my own family and friends, I'm gonna, all I can say is, Granny, Mummy, Daddy, Grandpa, do look after yourselves, and but if they say, we don't care, we're going to see you anyway in real life in the same room, then I guess we respect that. It's up to them. They can self-isolate. There still exists the option of those of us to self-isolate if that's what we want to do, isn't it? We can still have our groceries delivered normally. But it is this crazy system of overloading our already debt written system that is going to cause loss of confidence. And of course, a lot of independent businesses are going to go by the wayside. And this, a lot of people say, is going to make the big businesses, the multinationals, even more dominant. So that's what we don't want. So yeah, it's not the multinationals we should worry about. It's the independent businesses who, give us an option from the multinationals who are so PC and so indifferent to the needs of the proletariat of their own countries.
So I don't know what the British government is doing, but the U.S. response for small business is that the Federal Reserve is personally guaranteeing $2 million of relief for small business. Okay, that's a lot of operating runway. Money printer go burr.
So
But,
you
I mean,
approve,
two
you
million
approve
for
of this
what?
policy, do you?
Money printer go burr. Literally
Okay,
can't go
so
tits up.
you're not declaring a position. You're saying you seem to be angry about something, and when I ask you, you think
I'm angry. I'm angry that money printer go burr. First of all, is kind of stupid, but second of all, a lot of money printer go burr right now is not being used to bail out American citizens or American business. It's being used to bail out the imprudence of big banks, and not even American big banks this time, but to a large extent, big banks in other countries, because the U.S. dollar is the world currency.
Danke schön.
Yeah, but in the end, it will mean the end of Western civilization as we know it, because people will know that it's all built on a bubble and it's getting bigger and it will burst. The more you do this sort of crazy stuff, in order to prevent death. I mean, how dare you? Why do you think you can control such a thing? I think that is the unspoken thing. You have to accept that every now and then this sort of thing happens. It's generic, war, pestilence, famine. America is not exceptional in that regard, in that Americans are mortal, fallible. So that's the end of your period of thinking yourselves exceptional. You're just really putting yourself out on a limb, climbing out on this branch, and it's only a matter of time before it falls, it breaks. So, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, it's just hubristic, the whole thing. It's like, do you really think you can just carry on printing money and putting off the evil day and preventing people from dying when there's, something like this going on? I mean, herd immunity is just remains the obvious solution.
In terms of putting off the evil day, I will remind you that you live within Britain, which is in the confines of the glorious American Empire. So perhaps you should also be concerned about putting off the evil day.
I'm just saying, don't put it off. Don't put it off. Take it on the chin now, rather than this disgusting hiding under the bed and behind the sofa thing, which is what people are doing now. It's undignified. It's unmanly. It's childish. It's contemptible.
But don't you want the American Empire to fall and for secular Quranism to take its place? I mean,
well, yeah, it's either way I win. I mean, really, how can Western civilization continue to carry on after this undignified display? How? I just don't see how. But anyway, it's still sad, in a way, it's still sad, leaving all these, orphans of Western civilization.
I already feel the empathy. I just feel it. It's really like warm and fuzzy. I get that feeling that you really, really care.
Yeah, I mean, Korean man. I think that it's just a sort of this American. He's infected by the West. He lobs as some sort of Oriental chauvinist. But really, I think it's unmanly. But anyway,
but who is Korean man? This is not Korean man. This is Monsieur.
Yeah, I know, but I'm looking at the chat with Korean and saying, I'd be dead. Yeah, I'm prepared to take the chance. So, and I think this is a kind of periodic clear out that will result in the fall of civilizations. I think
but I remember when we talked about the bubonic plague, you also said it's just a flu, bro.
No, we were talking about the bubonic plague and how it hit the Roman. It hit Rome, and then Rome died, and you're saying it was the debate was but then Rome fell, and I'm saying there were lots of other things that were happening to Rome, and before we got the bubonic plague, and that was the final blow.
I'm not so sure. No, I think it's a misunderstanding. I was talking at the time before that about the bubonic plague in the 14th century. So in the middle of the 14th century, about the one third of the European population died.
But it's like, hey, don't worry, Europeans. You still went on to achieve great things and fought two world wars and got your world empire. So don't worry about it, European civilization.
Well, that's taking the black pill, isn't it? So
it's not even the black
pill for Western civ.
I mean, if you had to die today, I mean, and there's no escape from it, then you might as well, go with dignity. And that was the thing that bored you yesterday. We were on a stream, and then I wanted to watch this sort of Jewish view on COVID-19, and I don't think you listened to it all, but I found it quite inspirational. And the analogy given by this rabbi was this: like, you've jumped out of a plane with a parachute. You realize it's not going to open. What are you going to do for the next 3 minutes? What's the answer? What's the correct answer? And the correct answer is enjoy the next 3 minutes. Look around, enjoy the scenery.
Yeah, but you're making an assumption that we have to fall and that we're all going to die.
No, we're not all going to die. Western civilization, even as it ends, there will be Westerners in the West who will continue in life in some way.
No, yeah,
even
there won't be Westerners anymore.
Political system. No, but it's a geographical as well as a political expression. It's like there will be people in Europe, there will be people in America. The political system may change, but there will still be, people will carry on in some way in a changed political environment. So,
what do you think, Monsieur?
What do I think? I mean, regardless of whether this is wrong or right, and how many millions or COVID would kill, or maybe it's not many people at all. Maybe it's like 100,000. Maybe it is just a flu. So either of those could be true. But what it would look like if I said, "Hey, let's just do herd immunity," is basically, "Hello, guys, it's Monsieur here. I will be in the bunker with Babs, and we will count our money as you die." You do have a responsibility to try and determine what the best path is, and that doesn't necessarily mean an immediate shutdown as soon as you see trouble, because for every point of unemployment, 40,000 people die in a year or something like that. So there's a trade-off that has to be made, and it's never easy. It's not easy, and anyone who claims that there's a clear and obvious answer, I mean, I don't believe them.
All right. Well, don't believe me, but I'm calling out herd immunity, well, from the beginning. And what you're doing is just sort of messing around, putting off the evil day, and actually causing more damage to your economies.
No, that's not true. More people are going to die with a choice for herd immunity right now. If you choose lockdown and you build up IC capacity, less people will die. It's just a simple fact, and you're not choosing to do that. That's a choice you can make. But you can't say just as many people are going to die of this virus because
all of us are going to die anyway.
Well, there's a difference, even for the elderly. Hey, even for the elderly, if they lose 10 years off their life, that matters to a lot of people. All right, and
there are lots of cynical jokes about boomer remover. I mean, don't pretend that a lot of people, can't bear the thought of losing their parents. They're waiting to inherit their property that they.
So cynical, Claire.
Is that the sort of value system you propose as good? Being indifferent to the death of your own parents. Is that the message of secular Quranism?
No, I'm saying that things that you cannot avoid, you take on the chin rather than hide behind your sofa and hide under the bed.
But you're setting a false dichotomy here.
Okay, well, we'll see. I don't. Okay, I'm declaring my position. You're saying I'm wrong. But I just wanted on record.
You're factually wrong about a very important point. You say that if we're just going for herd immunity, we'll get it anyway, so it doesn't matter. But that's not true, because the question is, when do you go for herd immunity? Do you do that when we already have all the facilities down, or are you going to lock down until we find some antiviral that's effective, or some kind of vaccine, maybe in a year or so? These are choices. With every choice, there are a certain type of, there are a certain category of people going to die. If we're choosing herd immunity now, guaranteed, there are many more people going to die than if we take any of the other strategies.
Yeah.
So you're choosing for more death. But let's be honest here.
I'm choosing. I'm saying in
No,
terms of.
let's be
No,
clear.
I will tell you what I'm prioritizing, and I'm prioritizing the national interest. And I'm saying that whichever country who's up and running first will do better economically than the others who are just sort of, still in quarantine and whatever. So it's like, if you want your country to do better, you take it on the chin and you make sure that your economy is up and running compared to the others who are just sort of on their sick beds and fussing around.
Looking at it purely from that perspective, the people most impacted by the virus do not work anymore. But at the same time, those remain citizens to whom we have a duty.
Well, let's think about
You can see from the south.
Duty? What is this duty? What to
You can see from the
efficiently strive to keep alive? Is there a duty to efficiently strive to keep alive?
Yes, I do think that it's important to strive to keep alive your citizens. Look, in terms of containment, South Korea contained their disease quickly. Not many people die, and the economy is fine. They're already back and running. It's fine. Our response was less efficient. We are larger. There's a lot of bureaucracy. There's a lot of friction. There are even people like Mayor de Blasio who do not give a shit. But
it will expose
it's possible.
This thing will expose all the weaknesses of all the countries that you weren't even aware of, and you're not even dealing with it. But I think China will just say, well, we can do it. Our people will cooperate, and then but we don't know. They're not out of the woods yet, and they might all go back to school in April, and and it comes back in a more virulent form. We don't know.
Yeah, but at least they'll have some time in which they could have invested in. Maybe by the time it really hits, the antivirals have already arrived, and if not, maybe they build up in a very impressive intensive care capacity.
Well, what China will probably do, if they go back to work and back to school and it hits them again, they'll just say, well, we'll just have to carry on then. There's no point, doing any more containment. But at least we're further, we're the ones leading. And that's kind of what's going to happen. Because that's what I think the Chinese are going to do. If they go back to normal and the virus comes back, they'll say, well, it didn't work, and we have to do it, the herd immunity way.
Yeah, but they're in a different stage.
And you're behind, and you're saying,
no. Well, I'm very happy I'm behind Italy at the moment. My country's behind Italy on the curve. Because we've had slightly more time to arrange things before things really turn out very badly. The fact that they couldn't prepare, or they didn't prepare, let's say,
they just had more old people to die. I didn't know that Italy was so senescent.
Well, no, they didn't. They didn't have enough respirators. They didn't have enough testing done as well. I mean, that's really important to actually get this disease under control. Testing. If you're not doing that, you just don't know who's going to get it next, and you don't know which area you have to look for. It's going to be a shit show. So, I mean, we bought ourselves a lot of time in order to avoid at least the worst kind of scenario. And what you're just saying, like, all right, so let's just go with herd immunity first. Well, that's actually saying that let's try and copy Italy.
Well, Italy needs a clear out, right? Because the first thing they said, the most arresting news item that came out of Italy was, well, the over 80s will be left to die. That was, that came from the Telegraph, and I thought it was interesting, in that, the question was about, who should be left to die. Medical care had to be rationed, and I thought that was an interesting thing to discuss when nobody was interested in discussing it. And actually, interestingly, I bumped into, I didn't bump, actually, social distancing, but I saw somebody yesterday who said he had it. So, and he's all right.
I don't know. I don't know what the percentage is going to be. The death rates vary a bit. It might be 1%, but it could still be higher. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know, and that is the thing. And I was interested in what the religious people were saying. That was why I was so interested in what the Jews and the Muslims are saying about it. And I think that they're just as scared and confused. And I thought, well, Islam should provide a few solutions, and I kind of arrived at my own, but they weren't there yet. So
what was the solution like?
It would be
going with herd immunity in the mosque, because I mean,
no,
I'm sure that
actually,
they'll achieve it very quickly.
Shura consultation.
How? In what sense is Shura relevant?
Well, you would have to ask all these different groups, like, well, we don't know what we can do, says the government to these different groups. What would you like to do? Do you want lockdown to continue, or do you want things to go back to normal and take it on the chin? What would you like to do? To overwhelmingly vote to go back to normal.
I'm not so sure. If they
okay, but
I mean, even India is trying it now.
Well, that was what we were talking about yesterday, and that was so disgusting about Modi. He didn't even think of the poor people at all. He must have known that they were living hand to mouth. That they didn't go, if they didn't work that day, they would have nothing to eat that day. And he just said, well, lockdown from today onwards or tomorrow onwards, giving them no time to prepare. And then they realized they would get no food in the city, so they made their way home in their hordes, and then the police was sent to beat them up and send them back to the cities. I mean, it's disgusting. But it's a kind of ostentatious display. Ostentatious and hypocritical as well, because Modi thought he could show, pretend he was a third world country, that India could larp as a first world country and, do this thing. But, Mexico wasn't doing it. Mexico just knew it couldn't afford it. So it said, well, just carry on as normal people. And Brazil, too, knew it couldn't larp as a first world country. And Sweden, interestingly, I don't know what these statistics, the death rates are for Sweden. Does anybody know? Because it's a one that says, well, try and be as normal.
3,500, if I get the most recent stats.
Okay, that's not too bad, is it? Really? I don't think. I don't know what their population is. So, but then of course it depends on how it's recorded, and they're probably distorting the figures and the way they record it. I don't know.
Well, it's also people that stay at home now and die won't be recorded either.
Well, I think I'd have to say, I mean, it's like, this dead person in their home, what did they die of? They must say something.
No, I'm not so sure that they will.
All right.
Just die. So I'm not so sure if they're. Look, I
guess they need a post-mortem, and they won't have time for all that,
No,
so.
well, I mean, they just. Yeah, I read a couple of news articles in Dutch, and it said that they're at the moment not recording how many people are dying outside of the hospital. So I don't know how that is in other countries, but.
And then probably for political reasons, they suppress those figures anyway. So I guess we'll never really know. It's like, even now people don't really know if the Spanish flu really came from Spain. It's only the Spanish were reporting it because they were a neutral country during World War I, so their press had no restrictions. So they went on and on and on about it, particularly when members of their royal family got it. But of course, the rest of the Allies, they were going to report it in the middle of a war. And then there's the suggestion that the Spanish flu came from Kansas anyway. But I guess it doesn't matter, really. It's how you deal with it. It's not what happens to you, but how you deal with it.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I mean, I've heard there have been some weird conspiracies going around, but other than that, yeah, it seems to be quite clear where it comes from. It comes from bats. And not from Jews. Or does it, Babs? I don't know.
Well, the divine punishment things is actually more emotionally satisfying, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah, but emotionally satisfying explanations are often not the best ones.
Well, but actually, I think it would help us in a way, because it's like, okay, so it's been sent by God to punish us. Not just China, not just America. It's all over the world. We can't escape it in our global village, which has arguably been turned into Sodom and Gomorrah by the legalization of gay marriage worldwide. So I think there are lessons to be learned. It's like Taiwan.
You really think that God cares about
No,
who's
yeah,
sticking what in whose butt?
well, if he said don't do it, and he did say don't do it, right? He said don't do it in the Torah. He said don't do it in the Quran. So I guess he's acting rationally. He said, I just told you not to do it, and you did it. Punishment follows.
It's just a weird conception of God, I would say, just from a.
Well, why is it weird? I mean, that's how people have been conceiving of God for millennia.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, the Greeks were fine with butt fucking.
Yeah, but they didn't believe in the Abrahamic God. And their
no.
civilization is extinct, even though they're actually very clever people, right?
Well,
So something went wrong for them.
Well, Christianity took over, but it's. I don't think butt fucking has a lot to do with it, to be honest.
Well, you're in favor of sexual liberation, and you're not going to give up that idea overnight. But the whole point of believing in an Abrahamic God is that you don't get this sexual liberation. Your body is not your own. We are all the slaves of God, having to obey his well,
God,
that's the idea.
Yeah, so servile.
Yeah, but then I guess it protects the Jews, right?
I don't know if it protected the Jews that well. I mean, Jews were protected by Christians and Muslims to a certain extent.
I thought they were persecuted by Jews and Muslims.
Well, yeah, also definitely. But they were not like how would you say eliminated like the pagans, for example. But yeah, they had it pretty tough sometimes. But anyway, I mean, if there's a population that didn't have it easy, it was the Jews. I mean, 80% of their population was wiped out in the Holocaust.
Yeah, but the point was, I think the story of Prometheus and so Zeus kept him alive in order to make him suffer every day from having his liver eaten, right? Yeah. And it's like, well, I can keep you alive, but still punish you and make your existence a misery.
Yeah, you think that? You think that's plausible? I don't know. Are you religious or not, Claire?
What I'm trying to say is that the religious explanation kind of makes sense. So if you're being religious, you're just saying, well, God is punishing us. We shouldn't take extraordinary measures in order to avoid this punishment, thinking we're going to escape it, and we might as well take it on the chin and those above. Well, which is quite similar to my life community idea.
Who was again like the inventor of penicillin? I forgot his name, but I thought he got into a conflict with I think he was the sort of the Bishop of Yale or something. I don't know what it was, but anyway.
Mm-hmm. What is Fleming, Alexander Fleming? Okay, I'll look him up.
So I felt like that at some point the bishop said like, oh no, you can't interfere in God's plan. You can't interfere in like making these people better. These are people it's ordained by God. They should die. Why should you interfere? I mean that's kind of a silly position to take, right?
Well, the Jews have the identity of wrestling with God. So, all the prophets have kind of argued with God, and so it's not that we should just all die and say it was God's will. We're expected to struggle against adversity and whatever.
So you want a lot of adversity. Are you welcoming this as adversity?
Well, I'm sure we'll be learning a bit more about stuff as a consequence of this, right?
Oh, I
Um,
always hate that kind of answer. Like, oh yeah, like this and this people died, but like this person
well,
died.
the
I've
silver
learned a
lining
lot from it
theory.
though. It's like solipsism.
What does that mean exactly? I mean, and why is
Well,
it
you
bad?
think that you are the center of the universe, and everybody's just a puppet, like performing for your grand play. I don't know.
Well, I don't think I'm the center. I'm certainly not saying, oh, nothing will happen to me, because that would be
No,
silly.
but but it's very selfish. If you think like, oh, right, so there's sort of a lesson to be learned for other people that have to die
Everybody,
for your lesson to be learned. I think that's
well, I mean, people don't want to learn, really. They're not interested. They're only interested in taking their pleasures. They're not really interested in action. I mean, even in
I
the
don't know.
discourse of our circles, I was just thinking to myself today that people are more interested in expressing their emotions, which is to target certain groups as objects of hatred, than in solving the problem.
Oh, I agree with that. By the way, Monsieur, are you a religious man?
Yes, I am.
What kind of God do you believe in?
I I believe in a God who loves his children and wants to guide them, but ultimately our moral redemption has to come from our own free will, not blind obedience. These laws are meant to guide us to a certain understanding of why things are, so that we may truly love God just as much as he loves us. And he's very forgiving about the whole thing. The the damning sin which keeps people out of heaven, and which is the real pain of being in hell or being in the outer darkness, is withdrawal from the love of God. And how does that happen? People bring it upon themselves because they're too prideful to ever admit their own wrongdoing, which is always the first step. Of course, that's why confession is one of the most important things to do. I
Ah,
say
so
that with hypocrisy of
you're a Catholic.
Orthodox. It's very similar.
Oh,
Catholics are a bit. They really like some of their rituals.
yeah.
But that's not essential to the theology. That's a bit of the show they kept to entertain the barbarians. I understand, and it's beautiful. It's very beautiful.
So, are you a sort of recent convert to Orthodox Christianity? Because I know that's been going around in
Like,
the alt right. So they thought
well,
it's more based, more sort of Putin-esque. So something like that.
okay,
No?
okay. I would not convert to a religion to be based and Putinist. Okay, um, I was raised Protestant, like many Americans, and as I got older, I found there were certain holes in the theology that raised a lot of questions. But when you rediscover the theology of the church fathers, you find that there actually are answers, very, very good answers. You know,
So
it's
how would they deviate? How would they deviate from sort of mainstream Catholic teaching?
from mainstream Catholic teaching, almost not at all.
Yeah, but what were the holes in? So
I
the
said I
holes
was
you saw. Oh
in
yeah, sorry,
Protestant.
you're a Protestant. Yeah.
Yeah, most Americans are Protestants, and
So,
there's a lot of weird stuff that's taught, like about Satan using his magic powers to plant dinosaur bones and other such things, and these lead a lot of Americans into atheism because they don't find satisfactory answers. But if they were, able to return to the original Christianity, they would find that there are answers for all their questions, even the dumb ones, like about dinosaurs.
oh well, I have a question about like what you were saying before about like the reason why we go to hell and go to heaven is our pride and not being with God and stuff like that. And I was just wondering, look, if you have a sort of supreme architect that sets all these things in motion, I'm sure he already knows in advance what's going to happen. So if he knows this already in advance, surely he's also responsible in some way for the choices that people make. And if he's responsible for the choices that people make, um, yeah, he's responsible for their suffering as well.
Well,
Because
this is sort of a thing where you can't reconcile, like material determinism with free will. Like, if everything is determined through pure material laws, then no, there is no free will. But I do believe there is free will. So
okay, but if God is all knowing, he surely would have known how things will turn out. So that makes him responsible for the choices
I mean,
that we ultimately make.
it doesn't make him responsible because we make the choice. Again, you can't fit in the material determinism. Just because there are physical laws doesn't mean we have no choices. Okay, so a universe is established with predictable behavior, but we, as humans, we have souls. We're able to make our own choices within that world. Sometimes those choices may turn out badly, but that's on your choice.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure you can escape determinism in some respects. So you could say like, okay, man has a free choice. I don't know if that's true or not. But you can't say that God wasn't aware of the choices you would make beforehand.
I I feel like you're trying to force me back into determinism, and this is indeed a trend. Are you German? Because this sounds like very German thinking.
Nine. Very close though.
Okay, it just this strikes me of sort of the Calvinist thought.
Oh
That
yeah,
sort of led,
you're right about the Calvinists. Yeah, that's
I mean,
you're dead on.
once you start going down the road of no free will, you end up with a lot of really unpleasant sorts of like a really unpleasant worldview. Like, there's no escaping sin, and God made certain people just to be damned. And
Yeah, yeah.
there's not necessarily like free will is something that is something that people to me naturally believe in. Although I don't know, some people may be natural determinists.
Yeah, but I don't even know what the concept actually means. If we're talking
Just
about frill, what are we actually talking about? Because I can understand like a sort of rolled out universe where everything is not known in advance, but I mean everything will turn out a certain way anyway. Because I don't know, like one causal reaction creates another causal reaction, etc., etc. So I I I don't know how free will really figures into that because I mean at some point yes you're doing what your choice is, but on the other point I mean you're an effect of all the causes that came before you.
this is, if you don't buy free will, like it's axiomatic.
Yeah.
We have different axioms. I can't really convince you out of it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Fair point. Fair point. But so you changed religion to the Orthodox religion. So why would you choose Orthodoxy instead of Catholicism?
Maybe because I am a little edgy.
Ah, yeah. So maybe it is that little Putinist strain.
Okay, but
Maybe there's
it's not
some based element there somewhere.
it's not wholly so though. Okay, it's not entirely driven by that.
All right. So I don't know. Like, how does Orthodoxy actually work? So you have the patriarchs. Do you
Mhm.
accept like the sort of church fathers, like the old ones, like I don't know. We had you Hieronymus and
Yep.
who else did you have? Well,
There's a big list of
yeah.
people who were around a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. And are those accepted, or is that sort of an exclusively Catholic tradition?
What do you mean, the church fathers?
Well, yeah, the sort of the church fathers that we have in Catholicism, like
I assume that they are largely the same.
yeah, all right.
Um,
And who's your patriarch? So like, who is the?
let me look that up. There's like an org chart. Um,
Because you also have different churches. I mean, the Coptic Church has a different sort of patriarch, right, than the Russian Orthodox Church.
Yeah, so I when I moved, I actually moved patriarchs because there's like multiple jurisdictions in the U.S. So
Mhm.
let's see.
Oh, you have your own U.S. patriarch.
Well, there's the U.S. Orthodox Church.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also a Russian Orthodox Church in the U.S.
Aha. To get
Okay.
it more confusing. So the one also like indirectly listens to Moscow.
In a vague church org chart sort of way. They are you can switch like it's one organization. It's not like you have to get rebaptized or anything, but it's it's like transferring departments within a company sort of. I mean it's administrative. I don't know. It's
Hmm. And if you go to your church meetings, do you see a lot of sort of fellow based right wingers in the church, or is it mostly like people of Russian descent?
it's mostly people of Russian descent. Not all Russian descent. There are Greeks and Romanians and converts. There's actually a substantial amount of converts, but it's not a lot of young people.
Okay, oh, that's interesting.
I
But
mean,
but what I thought that would be some kind of because who was it
okay,
again?
look, it's a lot of effort to actually do something in real life. Let's be honest here.
No, definitely.
Okay, people who post about church on the internet are not necessarily people who go to church, and even people who go to church, and I admit that I do not go to church as often as I should, are not necessarily regular churchgoers. You know, I don't go to church as often as I should. I do donate money. Cleanse me of my sins. That's not how that works, but it
No,
generally
can
goes
you
to good
save it?
causes.
Can you save yourself a purgatory, or is that with money, or it's not working like that
I,
anymore?
I'm not sure if it ever theologically worked like that.
Well, I thought you could at least do sort of save your buy up days that you would have spent in purgatory.
Yeah, I think that the whole buying off days in purgatory with money was sort of a scam that the church used to to make money without much theological basis, and of course that ended precisely as well as you thought it would. And then
Hmm.
and then in South Korea, the Protestant church started doing that. They started selling purgation. So, some things never really change. Turns out it's a really great way to raise money.
Oh yeah, definitely. So, are you originally from South Korea?
No, no,
Uh,
I'm born and raised in the United States of Empire.
ah. Why did Luke Ford call you China then?
I am ethnically Chinese.
Ah, okay, I get
I
it.
am part of the global homo upper middle class. I was groomed since birth to, shekel the goyim.
Oh
And
yeah, yeah.
yeah, now I just sort of live.
Yeah. But it's interesting. So, how do you arrive in these alt right circles? Like, I mean, because in a way, it's. I mean, there's a lot of rather nasty racialist people around these spheres. I don't know. Like,
Well,
is that?
first of all, that would be a question more for a black person because nobody's racist against Asians, really. I mean, it's
Well,
very
they're gonna kick you out. They're gonna kick you out for sure.
eventually.
Eventually, I mean, but that's their plan.
I
Right?
mean,
I mean,
like, first, in order to achieve their racially pure ethno state, there's a lot of people they would be kicking out first before me,
and that's
including
true.
like some of the leadership, like Mexican Nick Fuentes. The alt right is more of a set of based beliefs for a lot of people than actually like hating people and beating the shit out of them. There's a lot of frustration with this extremely fragile, corrupt, hedonistic global homo empire. And speaking sort of on the inside of the halls of the global homo power, it is still bad in here, morally. I mean, materially, it's pretty awesome, but morally, it's very bad.
You think it's that depraved? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I travel in different circles, and I actually think that people who have sort of higher education, they behave pretty okay. They kind of have like stable sexual relationships with one or two people or whatever.
Not that part. Not that part. The fact that you can go to these cities of imperial power like San Francisco or New York and walk in a store, and I was with Milord Babylonian,
Yeah.
who is of course more important than me, and so I have to teach him and shepherd him around.
Did you see a gay person in the wild?
What?
Did you see a
What?
gay person in the wild or something?
No. Like there are pills that are made from babies, and you can eat them to live forever. I later found that they are made in China, not where they are actually claimed to be made. They are not
Oh.
made from babies; they are just made from horses. But the claim is that they are made from babies, and they will make you live forever. And people will buy them and eat them. They will eat babies to live forever, and they will drink the blood of the goys. That's
Oh god,
horrifying.
that is quite horrifying. I've never encountered such a thing. Maybe it's my naivete. Uh, since I live a quite sheltered existence
Yeah,
in the
30
beautiful
bucks
Netherlands.
$30 will get you a bottle of baby pills, and 100 will get you a little bit of goy blood to drink.
Oh God. So you think that the Chinese question is the same as the Jewish question?
Yeah, in similar in form. I mean, all of it is, I think, a general, like more specific cases of the general aristocracy question. That is,
Uh-huh.
if you put people to rule over you, they will
They'll be pissed.
vampirize you and such. And you know, one of the only ways to protect against that is to have your elites live in a very godly and restrained way, which is not necessarily what happens.
Yeah, don't let elites get out of control. That's also might be something to think of. I'm always wondering because I mean, yeah, the Chinese had a rather rough time in Indonesia. Lots of pogroms in Malaysia. They don't have it that easy either. Um, if that's some because I mean, whether it's genetic or cultural, they tend to uh, eventually come to the top, and they have sort of I don't know they have more influential positions, and
Yes,
that that
and
will that, that will give resentments on its own.
yes. So when Chinese minorities, which are often 1 to 2% in these countries, uh, hold, depending on the year, between 1/3 and 2/3 of all the wealth. So for Southeast Asian countries, like they see all the wealth is held by these people who look funny. Okay,
Hmm.
it's I mean it's absolutely going to cause resentment, just like every time a regular white person sees someone with a big nose, they're like, why is he so rich and I'm not?
Hmm. Yeah,
I mean,
I wonder
they,
how that will play out when there's more Chinese and Japanese migration to the United States. If
when the Anglo-Saxon peasants were pissed about the Norman yoke, I mean, they had a right to be pissed. There were these strange Frenchies who were taking their produce. And that is why, in the end, it is wise to adopt many of the ways of the subject people and sort of, you know, like tie your fate to them, because that way they don't kill you. You can have a symbiotic relationship or parasitic one. And one of them
yeah, okay.
lasts
But but
longer.
but don't you think, in particular with anti-Semitism, I don't know how it works with anti sort of Chinese sentiment, anti-Han sentiment, but like there's always a reason to blame. I mean, it's either they're too much apart, too ethnocentric, or they're sort of marrying in with the elite to, I don't know, to subvert the goy interest or stuff like that. So there's also a lot of sort of conspiracy theories that could justify
There,
hatred in any case.
there wasn't an ounce of anti-Semitism in Germany uh, in the imperial period, even though Jews were still heavily overrepresented rather, among the peerage. See, because everyone sort of acted German and they had, like the Prussian pomposity. There's resentment from the south to the north during that time, but anti-Jewish, nah, not really. There's a couple incidents, but nothing major. When it transitions to the Weimar period, the ruling elite as a whole promoted all sorts of degeneracy openly. The Institute for Sexual Science by Magnus Hirschfeld. Magnus Hirschfeld, he was around in the imperial period, but he was quietly a friend of the Prussian Ministry of the Interior. In the Weimar period, all that stuff is thrown out in the open to shock the sensibilities of the common German. So the backlash against the Jews is not even necessarily a backlash against the common Jew. It's a backlash against this idea of, a degenerate and cruel foreign elite that is forcing you to get all weird. And Jews represent the most extreme end of this, as the most foreign and, pictured as the most elite. And there was a lot of resistance among the aristocracy in general to Hitler's regime. That's why they tried to assassinate him so much. In Italy, with their fascist regime, if you look at how nobles acted during World War II, you see basically about two thirds of them are socialists or to the left of that, fighting as resistance fighters. And then you've got a lot of liberals. There's very few nobility, like old guard nobles, who want to fight for fascist Italy. They don't like that lifestyle. Well, in the end, I mean, there's going to be a tension there, and the tension is, their class gets rebelled against and forced out of influence for a while.
Mm-hmm.
These families always find, like, speaking as a member of this class, noble families always find a way to win in the end, but it can take a while. And if they're forced out of power, they can come back, chastened. In the Russian imperial period, one of the stories of abuse was, a cruel nobleman would like have peasant women and make them dance and then be like strip, and they would all strip on cue. After a lot of them are killed by each other, tends to stop happening. When life is hard, I mean, and I'm not saying this as, starvation is good. We should all be starving. But when you are starving, there's not a lot of time for degeneracy. And when your family is full of dead people now, you think the fact that I'm alive is pretty good. Like, you look at the Romanovs who stayed in Russia, not just the royal families, but there's lots of branches. Only one Romanov lives through the purge, and she worked for the Chekists, the NKVD, the secret police. Not that that was a guarantee. Many Russian nobility worked for the secret police, and all that happened was that later you would have to kill each other because one faction of the secret police thinks another faction of the secret police is getting too powerful. So blah blah blah, death.
Yeah, but there are a bit of they are breeded out of existence, though. Especially in the West since the '60s.
Oh yes, that's happening. The breeding out of existence.
Similar with the Jews. I mean, they're also breeded,
Yeah, I mean,
breeded out of existence.
rich people in general, except for certain people like CEOs, they have a very low fertility rate right now. Female CEOs, like at the very, very tippy top, female CEOs have higher fertility than the average person. But most people, it's like you got money, but children, oh, we'll do it later. I have video games to play, There's so many things which I would describe as autistic delights to distract you from, the meat, because meat is kind of disgusting and autism is great. We're bred for autism. I believe that. You look at a lot of rich people, they are just more autistic in general. I mean, you look at the Winklevoss tins. They are basically golden fucking gods. Super Chadley look. They look super normie, right? They look like the chiseled ideal of what the high school football athlete. They were some of the early people in Bitcoin, okay? So for the normie world, that's extreme autism. But for the world of rich people, they look like that, but they're fucking doing Bitcoin, okay? And then you've got like an actual autistic rich person, Mark Zuckerberg, and he's basically a fucking robot alien lizard. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing right with him.
No, I remember when Joe Rogan actually commented on the way he drank his water, and he lifted his glass, and it looked all quite sinister, to be honest.
The current Russian elite at the very, very top, DB Cooper, are all Russian Jews, and not even old money Jews. They're a bunch of like, politely speaking, you could call them purveyors and privately offered security. They're mafia people. They're gangsters. They're all gangsters. That's who runs Russia. A bunch of fucking gangsters out from the ghetto, And to some extent, when I look at Hollywood and I look at who gets the access to the politicians, none of these families ever came from anywhere. They're crime families too, and they dictate the narrative for the whole country. What a great fucking thing! They were ruled by criminal new money. And they have. I mean, sometimes you look
don't you think? But don't you think that Hollywood has been become considerably less Jewish over time?
Sure, but it's still just as immoral as the way it was founded. I mean, all of it is drenched in sin and depravity, and also just plain crassness. I mean, I can't say that old money families are free of sin and depravity, but I mean, it's not. They don't even do it in a fucking dignified way. They just sit there and they worship Satan and they eat babies and stuff like that. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? What the fuck is wrong with any of them? You can be an asshole in a classy way, like the book Count of Monte Cristo. He got his revenge. Is revenge necessarily a good thing? He's got a lot of style to it. What the fuck is Hollywood? It's just like, it's vulgar excess and love of being a real prick.
Oh,
I mean, they are glorified prostitutes, all of them. It's a fucking whores
and pimps, mainly pimps.
Yeah, and pimps.
Yeah, no, it's quite worrying. I always feel very ambivalent about the whole sort of old money thing, like the aristocracy, because I'm actually like to tell you where I come from. I'm a sort of radical Democrat, to be honest. Like I don't like rigid hierarchies. I think we should go back to the days of ancient Athens and I don't know, build a statue to Pericles or something. But to your point, like these sort of elites, these new elites, these especially like the whole Bitcoin elites. I hate it when I see Mark Zuckerberg with his fucking sweat socks or something in a stupid fucking movie. And like these are our elites now. What the fuck happened? Like they have the money, but they don't have the culture that goes with it.
Well, see, I kind of like the Bitcoin elites because the Bitcoin elites are us, like me, but a little less grooming. There used to be these things they had, like, I guess you could call them like etiquette schools or manners schools. Those aren't really around anymore. So the effect is like, you get someone who's exactly as autistic as they actually are. Whereas in the past, people were taught how to be charming, how to be normal. That's gone by the wayside. You just got to accept it. And I think that's tied to the whole individualism thing, a kind of radical egoist individualism. Not just you're free to do whatever you want, but you impose everything about yourself on other people and they have to accept it. And I don't think that's right. If you're talking to normal people, you should try to act like a normal person. It's hard, so what? They're just forcing the weirdness on people. Why the fuck? They're just forcing.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Like, so there are some Victorian customs. Like, Lady Strange kept a ferret in her breasts, and she fed it meat. That's incredibly weird. And instead of talking to each other, they sent each other calling cards so they could fold a corner and look at that and see, this person. It's like some sort of bizarre autistic text messaging. But with normal people, they could be perfectly normal. And I think that's fundamentally admirable, okay? The ability to be normal with normal people, to charm the masses. What's wrong with that? Why do you have to be as weird as you are all the time? It's impolite. There's no politeness about anything.
Are you talking about the woke crowd now as well? Because they
the woke people are also impolite in different ways. I'm saying like tech people are just they're really pricks about their money and their privilege and their wealth. Like they walk into a nice restaurant and they just wear a t-shirt. Like you're just being an asshole, man. You've got to show respect to the establishment too. I mean, they're still gonna serve you, but you could at least like pretend like you're respecting them, even though they're wait staff. These are the polite fictions that keep society nice. And the woke.
What am I concerned about with these kinds of people is that they are not very interested in politics usually. They're not very interested in the maintenance of society. They're mainly they're not even interested in literature, culture, art, everything that an elite should care about.
I agree.
But at least with the woke people, they're interested in these kind of things. I mean, how bad it is, they're
Are they though? Are they?
I don't know.
They don't read the great books because they're racist.
Yeah, well,
Find me a woke English major that actually cares about any of it. Okay, cares about these old books. They go into English majors because they are stupid, and they can't go into anything else, not because they really like books.
I don't know. I know some like other cultured lefties, but maybe because like the place I come from, the wokeness hasn't really arrived yet. It has arrived slightly, but I think still most sort of lefties like they shrug their shoulders a bit, like what the hell is this, But yeah, America's a different story. There the people are crazy.
D.B. Cooper says Andrew Carnegie and Henry Ford would not have sold the country out in the same manner as the new elites. No, they wouldn't. I know they wouldn't. I said this in chat, but the Ford Foundation had to kick out the Fords in order to go woke. I mean, there are certain things that old money believes in. They are not necessarily kinder, but they do value culture. They have sort of more responsibility, and Hollywood people just want to suck their own dicks all day, and I hope they all get sent to prison. That's what I think.
I think this is an interesting segue to the alt-right and how it actually got its how would you say it got its wings and it became influential. There are two things, major things. There was Comic Gate and there was Gamergate. And if you think about sort of people that I don't know want to create sort of an elite society, they want to change everything in the culture. I mean, Comic Gate. Why isn't it fucking Art Gate or Literature Gate? It does say a lot about the sort of low stature of these people.
You mean the alt-right because they're attracted to comics and stuff?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah,
I mean, well, here's the thing about culture. Culture is divided into high, low. So,
yeah.
The unwashed loser neckbeard loves Bitcoin, but so do prep school Chad Winklevoss twins, gamers love games.
That's true.
I love games.
Yeah.
I love games. I mean, when cars were the cool thing instead of just like a metal box that everyone has to go places, when they were new and it was the early days before mass production, two kinds of people had cars. You have tinkerers, mechanics who couldn't afford their own cars but loved to work on them, who loved the idea of cars, and those tended to be poor. And you had aristocrats who had their own cars cars were, that's how early adoption goes. You have weirdos at the bottom, but you also have very rich weirdos at the top. It's the middle that's forced to be normal. Like the middle class prides itself on conformity and doing the right thing and living the right way, and that's a double-edged sword, because on the one hand you have Karen and her meddling, but Karen's meddling and the lawsuit tendency and all of that, and always doing the right thing, also keeps Western society nice. The middle class goes out and votes. The middle class picks up litter. The middle class volunteers at parks. The middle class sometimes.
I would say the upper middle class most of the time.
Nah, the upper middle class is a bunch of pricks.
Yeah, you think so? I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of divorce surrounding me, but it was not exactly generous and civic minded. The upper middle class has what it has. They have their millions, not super huge millions like the upper class, but a few million for everyone, and it's fine. We'll just sit behind in our gated community and watch the world burn. What are they gonna do? Come over the walls? Are they going to get shot? And then you just sort of sip from a champagne glass and laugh at the favelas. It's no, they're not that civic minded. They're civic minded inside their little paradise walls, but that's not the same.
But look, I mean, this is my problem, or my problem with you guys, like I always say.
You guys.
Yeah, well, the people who have sort of tied their fate a bit to the alt-right, even though some of them are distancing. They're basically a couple of tendencies that are quite universal. Even Claire shares them, and I really don't. But I think it's really telling that that if there is a sort of last stand that you're gonna hold, it's in sort of low popular culture instead of in sort of high culture, where actually things matter, where minds are shaped, where which will define the intellectual culture of the next, I don't know, 20, 40 years or so. I mean, why wasn't there any sort of a right-wing equivalent of the Frankfurter School? Why didn't it take off? Because people are, I don't know, just obsessed with low culture and changing that instead of going immediately for the sweet spot, which is high culture.
When you go to high culture, your alt-right movement becomes actual communism. The high culture invariably leans left, and so when you have authoritarianism plus leftism, that's actually just a dose of hard Stalinist communism, which is not the same as woke communism. Woke communism is more like you are free to have gay sex with a disabled Muslim, but it's still deeply unpalatable to the average right-wing Joe,
that's
for
true.
good reason. But you can see what these sort of socially conservative tendencies look like in higher culture. It looks like hanging out at the house of the Babylonian Hebrew household, where you have the Communist Manifesto right next to very old Western books, and there's no contradiction in thought, but that's a redistributionist position. Give away,
but I don't think,
give away all the wealth, and we'll just stay in power in the party. Except the party is really violent, so that tends to work out very poorly. But that's another thing.
Okay, but elites are always interested in quirky, how would you say, culture. Something that's a bit daring, a bit revolutionary, but dangerous as well. And the fact that sort of the right, and I would say particularly the mainstream right, but I think unfortunately also the alt right, which would have been interesting, has completely surrendered the domain of the intellectual to sort of the left, and they want to have the sort of domain of politics to them, right? So they've surrendered the intellectual realm, and they keep on into the political realm. They also say, don't get into university, find a good job, be some kind of, I don't know, some kind of businessman or whatever. And I think that's defeatism, because what it means, because culture shapes politics, it will mean you're always always behind the curve, and
Well, I think
they
you're
will dictate the terms for what will eventually happen in politics.
well, I think you're criticizing the mainstream right more than the alt right, because the mainstream right is very anti-intellectual and very you know, get a good job and fuck those coastal liberal elites. You just got to be a salt of the earth working man. The alt right is more of I don't think of it that way. I think that the alt right attempts to genuinely engage with the Western canon and religion and proposing new and alternative states.
Yeah, to some degree, I take your point. Yes, that is of course a tendency that's much more prevalent among the mainstream right, but I see it also in the alt right.
Well, and I think another thing is true. An observation I read in Z-Man is that within the alt right, you have sort of the left alt right and the right alt right. This also
Yeah.
happened in Russia. After the Russian Revolution, the communists split up. You had the leftists under Trotsky. You had the rightists. The rightists, of course, were obviously more right. Trotsky was, fucking Prague faggot. The right and Stalin killed Trotsky. Then Stalin killed the right as well because Stalin was a centrist, and centrist in this case means will do anything for power, and oftentimes centrism still means that.
Okay, fair enough.
And you can see in the political dynamics with European coalition governments um, between populists and leftists that you still have that dynamic. You have, the dissident party, which is the same as sort of the communist revolutionary party, and you've got a left faction and a right faction. The left faction is more edgy. The right faction is more, staid, and both are pretty radical within the grand scheme of things. So they make common cause against the establishment. If they become the new establishment, they start killing each other. That's just how politics works. But it is what it is. This time, I think the economics can work out better. You don't need to do the whole collective farms thing. You can try other stuff. I think a planned economy has shown a lot of weaknesses. You can get a lot of the benefits through just a focus on industrialization and that sort of 5-year plans, which is what South Korea did. But you don't have to do the Russian mistakes in forced industrialization. You can just sort of taper it off and just take the South Korean approach. I think they had a fundamentally sound model. South Korea is a great country.
Yeah, undoubtedly. I wonder, are you more like sort of a how is it redistributionist then? If I get your correctly, like sort of like there's some kind of social tendencies as well, like they're like.
Well, yeah, I mean, so in a capitalist society, wealth is not hamburgers, which is something that people keep thinking that the money is free shit for everyone, free hamburgers for everyone, but money represents stakes in ownership of the means of production. It's equities and bonds. It's tying yourself somehow to the means of production. And so very rich people have big shares of the means of production, and they can use this power to compel society to do what they want. But at the same time, money also still has that role of making the economy go. So you have a tying together of power and wealth in that sense. In actuality, we already have a lot of redistributionist policies in practice in the way that the poor have lots of goods. Okay, the poor have a very high level of basic living, but that's funded on debt. And I don't think that's necessarily right. You can have redistribution, which sort of gives them the TVs, but without the whole like usurious consumer debt. I don't agree with consumer debt. Consumer debt is an aberration. Throughout history, we didn't have consumer debt. We had elite debt. We had industrial debt. Consumer debt means putting yourself into debt for a depreciating thing, which is not growing something for the future, but eating from the future. Okay? So you can redistribute because they already get the goods. It's just setting it up in that sort of weird way to get the goods. So you can redistribute in that way. And so you level out the wealth. But in terms of the power structure, there's always going to be a hierarchy, of course. So the capitalist hierarchy actually preserves itself. It just becomes the Communist Party instead of so in an ancient regime system, you have like the dukes and the counts, and then
Would
the
you
little.
say there's some kind of like elite Verheerlandung, like Marx would call it, like alienation, and then the elite becomes communist, so they become redistributionist because it's sort of advantageous to at least have the sort of lower classes with them, and that's how they rule over the middle classes.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Yeah. On the other hand, I don't believe that the middle class should rule. What makes them great citizens also makes them really terrible at ruling. Like middle class rule means all those laws and rules, right? We've got to enshrine that. That's bureaucracy. That's just a bunch of fucking red tape everywhere. God save me from honest bureaucrats. God save me from too many laws. Make the laws as few as possible. You know, we don't need laws for everything. If you want to drink that soda, you should be able to drink that soda and get fat. I think that's great. Like, why the fuck do you need so many laws? It's stupid. I think that's stupid. You just let people do do what they like within reason. You know, you can't let the degeneracy slide too much out of hand, but you know, it'll be fine. So within every society, there's an elite structure, and most of it is the old families, and there's always a few newcomers who often rise up from the middle class for being very talented. And then there's the upper class. The upper class is largely the descendants of people who won previous revolutions, and you know they get their due. They sort of atrophy over time. The thing about being upper class as opposed to upper middle class is you don't have to exercise your skills at all. You know, you get rusty. So the Prince's Golitsyn, like Prince Golitsyn himself, before the revolution, fucking useless. I mean, let's be honest, fucking useless. After the revolution happens, the only way he survives is by putting his medical school education to the test. He has to cross from Russia to China. The only way he's able to survive is by healing people who are wounded in the war. And then he comes to America and he starts up a clinic, you know? Being upper middle class is not necessarily productive, but you do use your skills. Being upper class is like, you know, you make decisions, but a lot of the decisions are made by your advisors and you just sort of sign off on it. And that's why James Burnham said the upper middle class is the most powerful class in any society. Because who really has the power to make decisions? Formally, the upper class, but informally, the advisors. And then even more informally is the people who actually execute it, the middle class, the bureaucrats, the enforcers, the cops, the NGO people, the system, you know.
Yeah,
They
but
actually
don't you think like especially like classes like journalists, teachers, people who are I don't know that they're firmly middle class, but they're I mean the United States has a very sort of financial view of upper, lower class, and middle class. Well, maybe Europeans have a bit more in sort of like the way you act.
I agree.
And yeah, how that ties to your sort of identity and yeah, how you talk and whatever, and how cultured you are, right?
I
So,
agree, yeah.
but these people also, I think, in the United States, they determine or they define culture. So yes, it's true that there's power, of course, of the upper class and the elites that have actually the reins of power. They can decide things, but the parameters of their decisions will be defined by the culture. So maybe this like professional class of lawyers, teachers, and journalists is actually the most influential.
Um, in some ways, perhaps, like there's, I would say, I would say that how would I put this? There are three kinds of powers, right? So you have the formal decision making power, right? You know, that person's will is law. Then you have the
Mm-hmm.
thinking power, right? So, you know, when you've got these super high powered big law lawyers and big bankers and whatever, they're thinking up all these crazy schemes and plans. And that's also a kind of power. And ultimately, it is the thinking power that largely, but not always, determines what the upper class person is going to do. But then there's also sort of the enforcing power. And so I've learned this over the past year, is that if bureaucrats, that portion of the government, the deep state, really does not want to do something, you're not going to get it done. They will refuse. If teachers walk out, doesn't matter what sort of education policy you came up with. It's not happening. If the cops go on strike, you're not going to get policing. So that's also powerful in its own right. It's different kinds of power, though.
Yeah.
And then, I don't really know where journalists lie. Journalists, I think of, they don't fall into the Ancien regime social structure. I think journalists are legitimately the fourth estate, and I hate them. They are their own kind of power, and it's a power of making up stories, which are lies to a large extent. Lies and damned slander.
Yeah, well, I think they already sort of grew up with sort of like a liberal outlook. They go to the cities, and I think then after that, it's their time to define culture. It's not looking pretty in the United States, I would say.
I agree.
And especially the newest sort of generation, these people that have been, like, I don't know, taken to the whole school system and have been sort of radicalized by all these like weird woke ideas. Oh man, like I think it's probably I think the universities in China and and India are just like laughing at these guys, like, oh my god, like, it's time to take over from the United States. All these great universities, they're not going to be they're not going to be so great anymore in the foreseeable future.
I mean, it's the thing about political. The thing about political theory, political science, is that understanding the old ways took a long time. We basically have a lot of the same classes around since Roman times, and we only really start developing an understanding of the dynamics in the 1700s, with some early thoughts on that with like Machiavelli and priors, but a larger understanding of class dynamics really takes a very long time. So journalists and this sort of fourth estate of opinion makers have been around for hundreds of years now, but in terms of political understanding, that's like it's like a dust. It's nothing. It's no time at all. I am not going to go out there and say that I have a firm and certain understanding of how journalism works. With the university, you can say like, where do universities come from? Like you have Oxford, and you can see like, well, this is how it starts, right? It starts as sort of this institution made between the clergy and the clerisy, and they start educating people. Those people largely are start off as upwardly mobile clerks and noble sons, and so this becomes sort of the clearinghouse and the development place for where aristocratic culture is shaped. And so that continues down to the modern day, and you can see like, upper middle class culture comes from the university. We understand the upper middle class, we understand the university. We can see how that has evolved over centuries and centuries. With the church, we can see how the church evolves over centuries. We can see how the working class evolves over centuries. Guilds and unions are not so dissimilar. They transfer knowledge, they preserve the secrets, they restrict membership, and they argue for their laborers, right? You've got the same ideas, right? The university of today is different from the university yesterday, but it's not that much different. There was no television in the Roman Empire.
Yeah, but I think the university, and particularly in the Anglo-Saxon countries, and I think this is a very big concern of mine actually, because it's actually so democratic. Because you have all these sort of students' rights. You actually have students pushing faculty to change the curriculum, or I don't know, like don't talk about certain subjects, etc.,
I mean,
etc.
that's absolutely crazy to me.
Yeah, but that is a difference. Like even at my university where I studied, it's very liberal university. But once you do something wrong, you'll get kicked out. You don't get like you get any second chance. If you make it into a fucking riot, and if you're gonna invade a classroom with demands, Like you're out.
That sounds based.
Yeah, I mean that's even left wing fucking Holland for you. Um, and much more. I mean, they've really tried to have this like sort of woke culture like coming in because we also have a lot of how would you say like people in administration that's becoming like really big bureaucracy and there's not a lot of faculty anymore and all these people don't have anything to do so they might as well be busy with diversity quota or something like that. But because there is this fear of if I go over the line, I'll get kicked out. It actually makes students behave much more. And I mean, what's the point of having a democratic university in the first place? You're there to learn, and you're there to like. I mean, yeah, you're there to ask questions, and you shouldn't be expelled for asking a question. But other than that, you should be like focused on learning and not about politics
I,
or like
honestly,
student counseling. Like, what the fuck?
honestly, I think of a democratic university as kind of an oxymoron. Uh, because a democratic university ceases to be a university at all.
Yeah.
Instead of a university, what a democratic institution of higher learning is, in my head, is not a university. It's a trade school. Anyone can apply. It's just about wanting to learn certain skills. There's no prestige. There's no admissions process. You don't get introduced into any sort of secret societies. You don't get a ring. There's no ceremony of knighthood. That's something that happened at my graduation at American University. Is like you swear an oath of fealty to like a ancient society, and then like you are dubbed like a proper engineer. Go out and lord over the factory workers. Like
Mm-hmm.
that, it's so much pomp and circumstance. A democratic university wouldn't have any of that. That's all anti and regime trappings that is stuck around. It's all cultural. You would just have like, you know, this is an engine. This is how it works. If you're smart enough, you can learn. Anyone can show up. You just need to pass this skills test and show up to class and take these tests. You're done, and you would get a certification.
Yeah. Well, yeah. In a way, I mean, I don't know. It's this sort of new sort of financial incentive system. I don't know how it works exactly in the United States, but we have a bit of a problem here as well. That sort of students become consumers, and because they have become consumers, they have a product, and that product, like I mean, like if you buy a product and it doesn't work, you're going to complain, right? So you're going to say, "Oh, what's wrong with this product?" And I mean, if you're going to be expelled, you're going to say, "I paid so much money for this shit," you know. And I think
Here's the thing, though.
that's why universities should be free.
Not even places like Harvard are immune to the wokening, and almost every student at Harvard is there for free. You know, highly prestigious schools pay for you because of their massive endowments, having educated all these rich people in the past. And they still are very entitled. So I'm not necessarily sure if it's all about pay to play. It's definitely pretty bad at a lot of like, shitty pay to play schools.
Yeah, but I think that this sense of entitlement, also that there's this
Yeah.
huge bureaucracy, and that wants to keep I don't know, like sort of personal interactions between teachers and they're all and students and all these councils and diversity meetings and well they have a lot of things like disabilities or whatever, and that whole sort of signal sense like we are here to make you sort of as comfortable as we can, and like the fact that you're learning is okay or sort of, but it's not like the main thing. Like it's not like we decide what you will learn. If you don't like it, you fuck off. I think
Yeah,
that
well,
should be
yeah,
the motto.
yeah. For a democratic society, university should be run like trade school. Here's your shit, learn it, get a certification, you're done. None of the bullshit. I think that that's in accordance with democratic values. The university, as it stands, is literally an aristocratic vestige made to breed, an entitled ruling class. But also, and this is a point made in this really great book, Excellent Sheep. When the author, professor, went to his fancy school, they were taught about noblesse oblige. It's so
Nobly.
noble. Yes, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm tripping over my
Noblesse
own words.
Sorry,
Yes,
yeah.
yes. They were taught about noblesse oblige, and they they had the blah, blah, better behavior. Better behavior. I'm not gonna tell you that, Claire. Why would I want to tell you that? I would dox myself. Fuck off. Okay. So they had better behavior, and that's not taught at all now. Now is how would I put it? Like, greed is good. You are so great and amazing that you've been admitted somewhere that you should go out and use your talents and take. That's bad. That's bad because they actually have the power to take a lot and then just sort of smear themselves with filthy lucre. Um,
Yeah. Well, what I'm also concerned about is like because we were talking about journalists before, but of course many people that graduate in universities won't become journalists. Many of them will start in the NGO sectors as well,
the
which is a
bureaucracy.
yeah. Well, it's the bureaucracy, but it's also like
It's
weird non-profits that are
yeah,
tied
it's
to
quasi non-governmental. It's quangos, but everyone knows
yeah.
NGOs are part of the bureaucracy.
And even if these people go in business, I mean, it's I don't know. They have sort of an ethic of sort of like mainly they come from quite well-to-do families, and then they're gonna I don't know go somewhere to Africa or whatever, and they say, oh, these people are so poor, we need to do something for them. So it creates kind of a weird sort of universalistic culture in their minds, so where everybody's sort of the same because they
Yeah,
talk to
it's
elites of the
supposed
same class as well. So they
right.
don't
That's
have
not
any sort of loyalty to the nation state and the people
yeah
they actually have to take care of.
yeah that's not what I want either. I want the traditional set of obligations. I don't want this like sort of bureaucratic ethos of citizens of the world either. Like our government is full of people who have no loyalty to our government. They have loyalty to an abstract sense of universal humanity. Do I think I'm upper class? No, of course I don't think I'm upper class. Are you fucking joking? I'm a millionaire. I'm fucking poor. All right? I suck dick for cash.
Mm.
I suck dick for cash.
Sucks to be you, man.
Metaphorically. Yeah. Like fucking hell. Do I think I'm upper class? No. The people who are upper class, they don't have to do what I do. You know, I'm a wagey. I'm a ragey. And I do it for a very respectable income, but it is at the end of the day an income and not, you know, I get to sit at the trilateral commission and like play with an executive clicker toy and say, today we should make 10 million 10 million tons of, you know, wheat and dump it on something. Haha.
I would even say that people in the NGOs that are whispering lawmakers in their ears might have more influence than you have.
Sometimes I do think that because in order for me to exercise influence, I have to give people money. Uh, Bureaucrats oftentimes are little shit politicians, and they can just say, like, "No, I disagree. Thanks for the money, though." Like
True. Or you have people who are even sort of more insignificant, people who are lobbying for some kind of cause.
they have a
With
lot of direct influence. Yeah.
they have a lot of influence. They're buddies with the people that work for the Congress people. You know, it's
Poor
if you
me.
see,
I go to a donor dinner to be ignored. Yeah, I get it.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that actually does work a bit like that. Like, I think a lot of times when people say, oh, "Okay, we're gonna help you out, bro," and you just donate something to our campaign, and then the next day just decide what's politically feasible, because
Yeah.
ultimately, what is important for these people is to get elected.
Yeah.
And they need finances, but they also need support. I mean,
Yeah.
they can't
And
do something that.
all I get is a tiny finger sandwich. I know. But sometimes I do get my way. Ironically, it's for things that they don't care about, which you know.
I know. You make it extra complicated so they don't understand as well. You know, I know these kinds of. You sound like Jack Abramoff, man.
Monsieur seems to think he is upper middle class. I mean, I do believe I'm upper middle class. I mean, I'm an engineer. Is that not upper middle class? Maybe some people would call me middle class. At that point, like, you know, makes almost $500,000 a year and is a millionaire like in his 20s. That's not most people's definition of middle class. It might be some. It might be Claire's. I don't think that's middle class. You know, I'm not as
Claire sniping in the chat?
I don't know. She
and attacking your middle class credentials.
upper middle class. Thank you.
Upper middle class. Sorry.
I have some champagne to sip and some caviar to eat. Excuse me, but what the fuck was I talking about? You know, I get to tell people things and they get to ignore me if they want.
No, I mean, I think that's a fair. Yeah, it's a fair trade, right? I mean, I think that's mostly how it goes, to be honest. Unless you are very crafty and indeed you're doing something that people don't care about so much. Like, I don't know, like some kind of water supply somewhere.
Yeah, you know, stealing off of water. Surprisingly easy to get away with that, apparently, with the Nestle schemes. You know,
Yeah.
sell me water rights, bro. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. I mean, and largely it is fine, but they do get quite a bit of skim.
Well, yeah, this should be also the task of sort of local journalism, which has disappeared as well, and especially in the U.S. as well, right?
Nobody wants to be a local journalist. They won't want to play on the big leagues and, you know, talking head to the masses.
I think that's actually one of the biggest disasters that happened to the West, the disappearance of good local newspapers. Because what now happens is these journalists will assemble in the capital, get very cozy with politicians, and they basically, they pair their narratives as well.
Yeah.
There's not an accurate distance. There's not a distance anymore that was, true back in the day, in the 60s or the 70s.
Yeah, they went to Washington to be Main Street speaks to Washington, and they ended up becoming Washington.
I think what the worst example of this is the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I mean, it is a bit weird that the president is making
disgusting
jokes, and then all the journalists that are supposed to be very critical are clapping and laughing, and I don't know. It's not like the antagonistic relationship I would like to see with the government.
There's a lot of dick sucking. There's a lot of dick sucking and glad handing.
All right, I think I'll have to go, but I enjoyed the conversation.
Yes, it is quite late. I really enjoyed our conversation as well. Hope viewers are not bored. Do we even have any viewers anymore?
I don't know. They changed the algorithm, so the viewers won't be as good as back in the day. You know, even Luke Ford has to suffer. Like,
I see that there seems to be some sort of split between Luke Ford and KMG.
Yeah, there is. There's a big has been sort of falling. I'm not so sure if there was a falling out, but many people when Luke said I'm bored, which I was as well. I have to be honest. People went to KMG, most of them.
KMG's pretty interesting guy. He was a real journalist. He has like, you know, a lot of art critiques built up over his long life. He's got interesting takes. I mean, Luke Ford is a narcissist pornographer. He's got a quirky personality, but it's like he's not necessarily smart.
I like the fact that he's a narcissistic pornographer. I think that makes it very interesting, and he had the feel for drama, which I initially really appreciated until he made his show very sort of YouTube terms and conditions or terms of service boring.
Well, what could have been interesting is the book club, with like thick meaty books and, you know, some KMG participation, but he was actually just reading those books on air.
That's
slowly.
True. And then going schizophrenically to some YouTube chips and clips, and then here's Steve Saylor with the quote of the week.
Yeah. Oh. Anyways, that's things die. Everything dies eventually.
Nah, that's true. Let's a bit about Kevin Michael Race before I go. Paleo cons I find very annoying. They're almost like
Why?
these sort of permanent black pill. If I talk to them, I feel like I have to shoot myself.
Well, okay, but
And no different. And KMG is no different. KMG is always like, oh, everything will go to shit, but what are we gonna do?
but you have to consider the following: the fact that they are paleocons, like very old right, and that's not the current right, implies that they have lost for several decades. And if you
Yeah, that's
lose for
true.
several decades, obviously you are going to be very pessimistic about winning this time. Probably aren't. Like
Yeah, I get your point. But yeah, they're really becoming like paleo as
you've
in
gotta
like
accept.
fucking fossils, you know.
Yeah, but they
Uh,
have a lot of wisdom in fighting
no,
battles for
no.
today.
Well, I think the problem is they have a lot of wisdom, but they don't have the spirit to fight for today.
That's
It's
what
almost
young
like
people.
they're
That's what
waiting
young
to be
people are for.
fossilized because they're
That's
so
what young
paleo.
people are for. That's what young people are for. Okay, the complete right is one that recognizes the value of tradition and recognizes the wisdom of the old, but pairs it with the vitality of the new, and so achieves this sort of healthy body working in harmony, which is the ideal of a natural order, which is sort of what the right proposes, is a return to a natural order. And so you have the wisdom of the old and the vitality of the young. Okay, it's they got to work together.
Yeah, except one has gone almost extinct, and the other one is just parroting Nazi propaganda. So unfortunately, I don't think
So
the
see,
old right is
you're
going
you're
anywhere.
you're the one saying like, oh, the paleocons are so black pilled, and then you say something like that.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, but there's no good things in between. I mean, there no, like it is either or. Unfortunately, I don't see a lot of interesting ideas anymore. There's sort of interesting
a lot,
eclecticism
a
that was there in
lot.
the beginning. It's like completely went down the drain. Purity spiraling, madness, drug addicts. Well,
That's
God.
that. That's reality within a political movement. You know, the communists who won were a bunch of fucking basket cases, and then they killed each other. They killed each other. Okay, like what do you expect? That's how politics works. The
No,
Nazis,
no, no,
the
no,
the
no, no,
real
no,
the
no,
real
no.
Nazis had their purges. They got rid of Rome. So you know that's just how these things shake out. Okay, there's the happy days, then you know reality sets in, and you realize like what the fuck is going on. But your team wins and you get most of what you want. You might be dead in the end, but you got a lot of what you wanted. You know, if you are a gay revolutionary in Weimar, you got your changes. You were killed after the changes, but you did get your changes. That's how politics works. You know, that's why you don't go after the children. You should never go after the children. That's one of the lines they crossed in the USSR, because the children are your legacy, the future of your house. That's a line that you shouldn't cross. Not for anything which is within the ordinary. Oh, he's gone. Well, good night, Streamoids. Good night. So I'm not here to stay. I'm just copying this link into chat. So if people want to use this as, if they want to use this as a hangout, they can just hang out, I guess. Have fun, chat.